And we're back. Thinking we should probably have a separate to-do list for construction and adventuring. I'm also toying with the idea of a whole quest board. But for now, let's work on the auto smelter. Actually, first I want to kind of see how are we doing with the ring construction. Okay, we got a few stalls. It will change the lighting when the holes are all filled in. So that should be an interesting effect. Okay, so what I'm thinking about with this is, I should be careful about this because if I'm not careful, it's actually going to burn the chests. Okay. I tried to clip Ishi's dew claw some more just now. I've been unable to get her to accept maintenance of that claw. It's very close to the pad, and I think I gave her a panic earlier today when I tried. If it doesn't happen by tomorrow, I will cat burrito her and see if we can go and make that happen. Hopefully I won't have to get her professionally groomed for this one. And hopefully we can take care of it. Not just hopefully, we will take care of it before it gets to the point where we need to send her to the vet for it. Which basically that would only happen if it actually became ingrown. So we're not going to let it get that far. Okay, so this is going to be a water thing. So what this is going to be is it's going to be a crafter up top and then a water stream down below. Let's keep that crafting table with us. Just reorganizing the inventory some more. Rather a lot of iron ingots for a place with an iron farm. I mean, okay, taking at face value, those words were meaningless. I mean that for a place with an iron farm, we do not need that many iron ingots, and we have them. We need a dropper. Maybe low on cobblestone again. So about that efficiency 5. I don't know why I was looking there. And we are ultimately going to need like 3 crafters. Maybe 2. Well, 3. 2 for the purposes of filling the smelter, but then 1 because sticks. Why? Oh. Oh, right, we were running out of redstone. What material do we want to use for this? I'm thinking wall. No, sorry, not wall. I'm thinking glass. I know we've kind of used glass for everything. Why do I use scaffolding for that? Or rather, why'd I use glass for that directly? I could just use scaffolding. Please don't be burning the scaffolding. Okay. Okay, and we need to power it. Let's test this out. Planish Tanioka. Planish Tanio. Okay. So far, so good. It seems risky. Okay. Nice. Okay, so the water transit system does work. Okay, and we also need back pressure. So for back pressure, we need to read these hoppers, and as long as any of them is empty, is that how we want to do this? Yeah, I think as long as any of them is empty, we will craft fuel. We also need to figure out exactly how we want to handle overflow. So, yeah, on the one hand, we can very easily feed this crafter directly. How are we doing here? And by how are we doing here, I mean I'm pretty sure it's already full. Good enough. Okay, so feeding into this crafter directly is the like naive solution. But the problem is that whenever there is back pressure, we will end up overflowing and dropping products. Here's a question. I don't know for a fact what the drop looks like. Like, I don't know. It's possible that we can achieve back pressure handling just by putting a hopper somewhere below that. And the question then is, what is somewhere? Somewhere where? Where some? Egg on my face. Come back. Got it. Wait. What? What? I swear I got it. Maybe a lag thing. I thought I got it, but didn't really. Oh wait, I can use my newfound skill. Um, distribute. Good enough. Okay. Um, and this should be full. Okay. So then what does this look like? Craft. What? Oh, what? That is that is not orderly. Um, huh. Okay, I missed that. How did that happen? What? Um, huh. Okay, so that if we can't make that happen in an orderly fashion, okay, I'm gonna try it. We can also potentially surround it. I think what's happening is it's spawning there and being pushed out, which you know, okay that it's not being pushed out into the water stream, but yeah, so the alternative is that instead we use a hopper and we just unlock the hopper whenever it's back pressure, whenever there's back pressure. That's wild though. It ends up in such random places. Let's use our newfound redstone conduction skill or whatever. Redstone layout. We don't have redstone. We're gonna need more redstone. Yeah, substantial lag tonight. I'm gonna try cycling the VPN again. Still no on fireworks, otherwise I'd also try that um also try that Nether flight mission again. That's not a good sign. Oh, feels like one of those nights. We should bring a couple of those because those are useful as single item storage. Honestly, we could probably. I'm thinking we might be able to replace some of the. No, we can't. I was thinking we could replace part of the Poppy transit pipeline with this, but I don't think we can. Well, anyway. Why? Wow, running on fireworks. This seems appropriate. Wow, I am okay. Wow. I feel like the degree to which a bundle is useful, it corresponds with the degree to which one is irresponsible about one's inventory. That bundle is currently very useful. Actually, yeah, what am I talking about? I need the seeds, not the wheat. Actually, we already have seeds, don't we? I don't know how many seeds we have, so let's bring half a stack. That's how you manage inventory, right? Wow. Wait, are we? Oh, whoa. Okay, I didn't realize this was doing so well. Yeah, okay. No need to get out the ender chest. I say that, but if I were serious about like optimizing the use of my time, I would definitely have grabbed the ender chest. I would have crafted a shulker box. I should have crafted a shulker box. I'm going to go back and craft a shulker box. I was almost okay. Whatever. So about that use of my time, running's not that slow. How are we doing on this anyway? Plenty, but we should send one back when we get there. Yeah, that lag is. So about that shulker box. Um, we've got to still have one, right? Not chests, I mean. We have still a lot of doors. Should we bring those? Let's bring half of them again. I feel like the degree to which I am currently organizing my inventory can be described as best effort without the best. I actually do kind of want those as well. I just, oh, okay. That was subtle. I feel like we should have line die for this one. Okay, this seems appropriate. Now, did we bring the other minecarts with chests? I feel like the minecart with chests is an extremely limited utility. Almost always, the minecart with hopper is going to be better. Either because of the extra functionality of the hopper, or because we don't want all the storage capacity of the chest in transit. I don't know in what cases we would want all that capacity for the transit stage. Do we have beetroot? Close enough. Should we have melon? Can farmers harvest melon? Good enough for now, I think. Speaking of using our time wisely, hmm, 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 hmm. Is it possible that we actually have more dyes here? And I wanted lime, right? Um, we can easily make lime. Do I actually want to bring a trident? Okay, what was I looking for? I was looking for bone meal. Or bone, rather. I'm thinking I also want a light blue poker box. Making such good decisions right now. I think I just want to bring this light blue dye with me. This is fine. Did I have both chocolate boxes? Yes, I did. Oh. Okay. I think that's sent two over, right? Maybe just the one. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look up nether trunk motors. You know, because we have so much server bandwidth. I actually don't know what the bottleneck on the server is. Might be memory pressure. I do think that I've been told there are multiple servers running on that computer. That will almost certainly unload. Okay, we are good on the grass. Let us continue our shulker wall. Nice. I was gonna say, for a second I thought I didn't bring any shulker shells. Oh. I think I would like one bundle just for redstone stuff. Of which, yes, buttons are redstone stuff. Don't we have actual snow? Yeah. Of course, this doesn't actually solve my actual problem of how do I manage the back pressure on this. So I do believe we're going to go for the... Oh, interesting. So what I just noticed... Oh, that... Okay. What I just noticed is that we can use this. We can use the crafter as a dropper vader, because it is essentially a dropper. Not that way. Not that way either. Here's another interesting one, though. I want this to have higher priority than the stick generator. I believe ideally that would mean that it would come before the stick generator. Aw, is that a new cat? Okay, well, it can still be a dropper vader. We will just have to route it around a little bit. Okay. I think I know how I want this to look. Or, okay, so an alternative is to wrap around the minecart, but I think that routing the dropper vader, routing the hoppers like so. So that dropper vader's up into essentially into that crafter as we expect. Let's not forget to do that. Um, and then on overflow, well, not exactly managed overflow. Outputs into a chest. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, that has to be from there. I picked it up, right? Anyway, yeah, so the overflow has to be from there. Okay. Um, so what we were thinking was that this would supply first, and then so with higher priority, and then we have the stick crafter here. But, but, if we need to extract from here, then obviously this cannot be a stick crafter. We can still do this by swapping those further, such that that's a stick crafter, and that's the um, Walker Vader. Yet another way is to have the stick crafter down here. But so if the stick crafter is down here, this still needs to be able to output somewhere. Okay, so maybe invariance first. So this should output a bamboo block into that chest. Yes. So that's like the invariant. Then we also need this to receive with priority, which we can do one of two ways. We can either, well, first let's also do this. That's incorrect. Like this. So that's going to be our stick crafter. And that's just going to up it into that chest. But that needs to be a lower priority than this one. So we can do this one of two ways. I think I know which one I want. So we know that the receiving level has to be this one. So what I'm thinking is that on the one hand, it makes a lot of sense to have the higher priority dropper first, lower priority second. On the other hand, though, it could make sense to have the cart stop and unload fully at the higher priority. So the higher priority would actually come second. Now, I say all that, but we also need to make room for redstone circuitry to actually unlock this hopper and manage back pressure here. I'm getting nervous about this card again. Cool. Anyway, so maybe it may be worthwhile, maybe it may be worthwhile to first lay this out. How are we going to manage back pressure here? So I think I've already concluded that this is almost certainly going to have to be comparators on each of these. I don't think we can conclude anything otherwise. How do you make comparators again? Quartz, stone. Well, last one should probably be a smoker, honestly. Can smokers be made using bamboo? No. Oh, I was muted. Yeah, so those have to be full blocks because we need to be able to place redstone torches on them. And I placed them all again at once, even though I still need to break them up. Or I still need to... So angling these, orienting these is a pain. I think. Right? Yeah. Whoa. Well, that's unpleasant. Well, then it's obvious what we have to do, but I'm not pleased about it. Again. Okay, that works. Okay, this can be a simple and. Okay, so at least this, not and, or, so this can be directly into that. Then this has to be pulsed, though. So, what, this can be a naive pulse, like a self-repeater. But even the repeater needs to obey the signal, right? I think not necessarily. Question, if it is pulsed, and that hopper is active, I have to look this up. Okay, so 4 game ticks. So I believe that the hopper would always take precedence. We can experiment with this, but yeah, I believe the hopper would always take precedence. So all we have to do is lock and unlock the hopper, and then drive the crafter with a clock signal. Let's see, how do we drive the crafter with a clock signal? The tricky part of driving this crafter is we need to drive the crafter and not like everything else. I suspect a signal here. No? There we go. Yeah, so a signal here is sufficient to drive that. Does it lock anything else? Um, it does not. Okay. So yeah, we can place the clock signal or the clock circuit here. I think a simple self-repeater would be sufficient. Um, does it have to be a full block? It does have to be a full block, which means I can actually use that same. Okay, wait a second. There is the question. So, okay, it does have to be a full block, which means I could actually put the circuitry here. I feel really cheap right about now. Um, yeah, so full block here. It'd be nice if we could put a clock on this one as well, or the same clock even. I believe we can do the same clock. Though, if we do the same clock, it cannot, I mean, wait a second. These ones are more difficult to power consistently. Okay, we can put the clock signal for this one over here. But yeah, getting up to there is going to be more challenging, especially without locking that hopper. I wonder what happens when a cat runs through a minecart. Probably stops the minecart. Is there a more compact clock circuit? I mean, okay, let me see if there's a more compact clock circuit that doesn't burn out or make noise or whatever. Well, they're all about the same size, I think. At least the ones that don't burn out. This one looks interesting. Okay, let's see if we can get this one to work in context. It does have a bit of more vertical space requirement, I think, but I think we've got it. Oh, we might not actually. Also, it may well interfere with the hopper there. Okay, maybe we should just keep it simple then. Because it is, okay, so it is compact, but it's not that much more compact. Actually, it's about the same area, just vertically, not horizontally. And that's not our issue. So there are alternatives to this. Instead of using a clock, we could use the comparator that drives it directly. The trouble with that is, okay, the question is, what is the rate at which a hopper feeds in? If the hopper feeds in slower than 4 ticks, then it's absolutely fine. Well, for the stick crafter, I mean. Although I could also argue that doing it only for the stick crafter is meaningless / incorrect. Okay, so actually this probably doesn't matter because unless it's a clock signal, we can't power them all at once. This one only does take one, only requires one. But this one only requires one, and it can what's it called? It can go no more frequently than this one crafts, and this one requires 9 from the hopper. So this one's going to be the slowest one. The 9 is also a significant redstone signal. So if we were to use a crafter, or not a crafter, a operator, it would have to be decayed significantly. So I think, yeah, probably a clock signal is still the best way to go. Is that sufficient? We're gonna run out of everything real quick. It's not powering that. Oh, that's powering that one. Okay. So that only powers that one. Can I power both of them somehow? I think to power both of them, I'd have to feed into it directly. Yeah, like that. And then there's still the issue of getting the signal up there. Which we can do that way. There is the open question of, does that affect that hopper? So I believe this will clock... I think I need a button for this. Okay, so then, hold on, question is, if that is active, is that locked? It is not locked. Okay, so this is actually sufficient. As long as we wire this up correctly. So which means we need to, what? Oh, but then this, okay, so, we can make this a full block, but then this doesn't conduct, or this doesn't open either. We can make it a full block on this side. This is a little bit tricky too. This is also getting rather large. Okay, so ideally we would have a clock that powers both of those and transmits up. I believe this is getting back into the territory of that one clock design, that vertical clock design. Let's see if we can actually make it happen. Okay. Does that have to be full? Yes, it does. Um, was that lag? I think that was just lag. Okay, so that's powering that one just fine. Of course, it's not powering anything else. So if we take it up a notch, the worry is that, okay, that one's not powering that one now, but, okay, it's not powering that one either. Um, on the other hand, we could almost certainly move it over one more. So that one, I believe, okay, so that makes it able to power those two. This should be relatively easy to do. For example, just wire it from that, I believe. That's a little bit crazy, but yeah. So that does do all three of them. Obviously, I don't want it to look like this. Is there a better way? Also, let's maybe should I verify? Let's verify. What can I use? I mean, okay, so that's probably not the right test to do. We should lock it at the powered state or whatever. Yeah, okay, that's how to do that. Um, yeah, I think this may be premature. Yeah, that is locked though. Why is it locked? Is it locked because I need more. Is it locked because of that one, or because of that one, or because of that one? Easy way to tell. Okay, I believe it's locked because of that one. Okay, so I think this means we should shift it by one. I do believe this has implications that are perhaps not ideal for this station, but let's solve the problem of the clock first. Incorrect. Couldn't that be powered? Oh, I guess that wouldn't be okay, but that's fine. That'll be powered with this one, I believe. And then okay, so now that's powered. This hopefully is still unlocked good. Um, Now that should be unlocked. Okay, we already registered that one's not locked. So then the issue is just powering this, well, and this. But really just this, which we can achieve. Like, fuck. Really? 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 Um, oh, yeah. Yeah, it's our old friend, um, partial blocks. Okay, do I have deep slate? I should. Somewhere. Good enough. Yeah, I really don't want to go to sleep, but it is bedtime. Oh, also in game. Do I want to haggle or negotiate with myself and stay on for another hour or so? I really do. Yeah, let's do it. Why? Let me guess. Okay, before I go through the effort of... What? Okay, so that wasn't because it was a partial block. Yeah. So it's doable. Question, can it be better done using the actual... So we've already established that there's no... Hold on. Fuck. Is that because of that? It is. Okay, so the question is there a way to indirectly power that? Which hopefully there is. I believe there is. But let us touch comical. So 2 will almost certainly burn out. 3 should be fine. Excuse me? Okay. And then the question is, can we power this indirectly? We could have done that, but yeah, that would have been direct power. Can we power... What did I just do? What? Oh. Mouse. Okay, so question is, can we power this indirectly, which is to say, not powering the hopper. Maybe we could just use. This feels so wrong. Mission accomplished. Okay, so this is a way to do it. This is a clock signal, unconditional clock signal for all three crafters. Does this need to be like this, or can it be? This can. Okay. I think we already established that. Well, no, we didn't necessarily. I'm thinking, what if we replace? What if we elevate this? I think we can elevate this so that it looks more aesthetically pleasing and still not lock that hopper. Hopefully this hopper is not locked. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that was for pure aesthetics. Those two blocks still do need to be full blocks. But yeah, that's the clock signal. Um, do I need anything else? I think that's it for that side. Um, then we need to lock this hopper. Okay, let's keep in mind though, what are so the hoppers or the crafters need to be powered or supplied are this one and this one. Um, one point of unfortunate is that we have now this cannot be this cannot be a hopper because if this is a hopper, it will pull the supply out from this hopper. Which is super unfortunate. And that's not really related to our clock conundrum. That's just how we arranged this, which so maybe we should not do that. There is a way we could do this, which is with a dropper. Okay, here's an interesting. Okay, the problem with a dropper is that it's noisy, I believe. Yeah, so that's not what we want. It's sad because the dropper really is almost perfect. I'm sorry, I'm fine. It's kind of sad because I believe this is the easier problem to solve. Okay, so yeah, one way we can deal with this is we can just offset everything. We definitely want this crafter to be a crafter evader of some sort. This one is going to have to pull out of this one, which means that the stick crafter does have to be. If the stick crafter is over here, then it can't feed into this. There is a way around the noise. We can do a comparator on the dropper, and if it is empty, lock it power. It's really elaborate just for noise cancellation. Noise reduction, I mean. There's another way around this. We can offset this. Can you put redstone on top of a dropper, on top of a hopper? And would you want to? And would it lock the hopper? You can. And it does. Good to know. Although I'm not sure about the utility of that. That sounds about right. On the bright side, we have a cloth crafter now. I say as if, crafting it were the hard part. Um, so here is a crazy observation. The supply line is exactly the same. It's supplying bamboo. So maybe some cross-contamination isn't the worst thing in the world. Also, Also, this hopper is being locked and unlocked constantly. What about this one? That is also being locked and unlocked constantly. That's actually not good. Why is that being locked? It's probably being locked because of or any number of things, really. Is there a way to power these two without locking that hopper? And does it matter? It does matter, I believe, because this reduces the throughput, and this is going to be a pretty. I was going to say this is going to be a pretty bottlenecked hopper, but the truth is, I don't know what the output rate of this farm is. One other thing I'm noticing is that since this side is so power bleeding, it's possible that and since this block is, a solid block, I was going to say it's possible we can just offset everything, but at the same time, we already noticed that we had to offset this one. We couldn't just put it here. Now I'm wondering why the hell was that? I mean, I think it was because it wasn't powering one of the crafters. So we know it would power the upper crafter. The lower crafter we were having trouble powering anyway. So part of why I'm considering moving things is because. Wait a second, what about this? Oh, so I was thinking we can put hoppers over here in a pinch and provide dual access. The flip side of that well, there's not really a flip side to that. Well, the flip side is that we can't put a station there, but we couldn't do that anyway. Well, maybe we still can. So the observation that this is a single item type stream is that if we only lock the lower hopper 50% of the time, then we essentially get a 50% sorting anyway. The only difference, perhaps, is that we are limited in the transfer rate, especially for the minecart. We can get around that somewhat by having multiple hoppers. Actually, not just somewhat. We can get around that a lot by having multiple hoppers. We can also get around that by parking the minecart until it's empty, which we were considering. We could even do that on the side. But as long as that's the feeding hopper, if that's locked 50% of the time as well, it's a duty cycle problem. Okay, no, I think it was because this block was locking that hopper. And that's something would not be able to get around. Okay, if that's the only problem, I think it's worth it to move this all one. So yeah, basically, if this were to the side one, this block would lock that hopper, which is not what we want. Is there a way around that? If we lower it all one, wait, did we not consider that? I wish I could like save this game and then load it to try this. I want to move it over diagonally one as well, which I feel like we've tried already. I really want to try that though. Okay, so let's save this in our head and on stream. Um, so let's see. I believe what we're trying to do. So that's going to be like that. And both of those are already powered. Hopefully, this is still unlocked. Yes. Hopefully, this is still unlocked. Yes. And then it's a relatively simple matter of powering that, which we can do very cheaply, actually. Um, please don't be locked. It's not locked. Okay. This is actually pretty damned ideal. This is an eyesore, but shikakanai desu. We can actually invert this. Yeah, we can invert this whole thing, I believe, so that it is less of an eyesore. If we invert it, that is somewhat out of danger. Okay, but this doesn't solve our previous problem of. But so I think what I was saying, which now I'm regretting moving all this, is if we move this all by one as well, then we have a lot more freedom to place hoppers, and we can still power everything. I think that's the best of our worlds. So let's do that. This is going to be unfortunate slash annoying. Um, front is this way, right? Yes. Front for this one was up. We also want to face the crafting grid. Honestly, I kind of want to face the crafting grid this way. And then we need to wire this through. I'm so glad we don't have to worry about hopper bankruptcy anymore. We have as many hoppers as we want. So that gives us more freedom to place other hoppers. Which I'm not sure if we want to exercise that right now. But okay. Now let's not invert the clock. Because we are offset by 1 now. That's actually easier. Lock check. Hopefully none of this is locked. Good. And yeah, there we go. Let's arrange if that's actually correct already. Cool. Okay. There's still the matter of locking that thing. Which I realize now that effectively removes some of our freedom that I was so glad that we just got. We don't have any freedom. Not without. So I was thinking, is there a way we can lock that from above, but not without powering that? I don't believe. Is that true? I believe. Yeah, I believe anything we do to that lock state will power that. We can lock both of those at once, but then I believe that'll power that. So yeah, this may not actually do us any good. I like how now the clock is just the easy part. Well, I mean, that's how it's been for the past like 15 minutes or so. Um, yeah, okay. Why? Another cat? Oh my god. You should have these circle kitty. I wish I'd tame it. Well, I wonder if I wonder if I should tame it. Okay. So, problem is locking that. A problem is locking that. Maybe let's focus on locking that. So I believe it's gonna look like this. What? Oh. That's unfortunate. Do cooperators in read mode even get anything from that signal? Okay, so it does. Okay. Ah. Yeah, no, that would essentially oscillate. So yeah, we can't do this. Not like this. We can do it from the other side, but not really because that is just going to be a lot of mess. Not to mention that clock is spoken for. Although we could potentially do that differently. So yeah, powering that is going to be a pain. We could offset this entire assembly by one. Because yeah, we definitely got the water range. So if we offset this entire assembly by one, that gets us the freedom to route to that hopper directly. We still have the similar problem of this, so I mean, it's ultimately we may end up offsetting it by two. It seems like it seems a shame to do it that way for that reason. Is there another way? There may be. So the other way is interesting. Is this locked yet? It is not. Why is it still powered? Wait, really? Oh, but yeah. So the question is, does it lock that? And yes, it does. Um, yeah. So that's a no go. I feel like it's weird that that's powered. Okay. But yeah, it's gotta be. I think it's gotta be there. Otherwise, something or another gets power. Something or another else gets powered. So yeah, I don't think we have a choice. Let's just offset everything by one, or at least one. Okay, we should decide. Do we want to do one or two? If we do one, then we are stuck. If we do two, then we can route things. If we do one, then we might as well just put everything back over here. There's just really no point to doing it this way. Here's another question I'm almost scared to ask. If we do offset it, can we move the clock circuit? I don't think there's a point. On the other hand, can we move the clock circuit there? Like, to do the double offset? And doesn't get us anything. The problem is that the clock circuit takes up half of this, which means that we can't put a hopper on that side. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, no. Okay, as far as the dropper Vader thing goes, yeah, no. I'm wondering. I believe it's possible to stagger these. just kind of putting the cart before the horse because we still have to worry about this. But yeah, I believe it's possible to stagger these. Let me check. Well, that's not powered. I believe any attempt to power directly would unlock at least one of these hoppers. No. That one, okay. So it's like possible, but and of course also this still doesn't actually, especially if we have to put redstone there, it doesn't get into summertime. If we can put a hopper there, then it's slightly better. Oh no, it's already 12:42. We're running out of our hour of negotiated time. Sadly, I do think one is the limit for this one. I may have to continue this tomorrow. So basically, we are able to do this if we expand things. I don't want to, however. I would like to make this compact. So, okay, maybe we should start with powering this because that much we've already established we cannot do. I feel like I'm just um, punting the problem down the line. Although there is that can be said to be sound methodology. You make decisions with more data, right? So one could say punting decisions down the line, and one could say um, waiting until we have more concrete information. No, that one can stay. Oh no, they can't stay. Okay, yeah, everything has to go. Everything has to move, including the chests. Should we... I think we should have this up here. Um, I mean, okay, we're gonna have to reclaim the water. No, okay, yeah, I did it again. I am aware that this probably does not lock this. Yeah. But this probably does. Nope, why not? Wait, why not? What? That could be an issue. Wait, what about... Then why... Oh. Again, why... Okay, so... This has to be a solid block to unlock that, which is weird, but okay, I can buy that at the very least. Wait, okay, good. Okay, but so that... This does complete the unlocking circuitry. Hold on. Can we use that? No, that doesn't lock anything. We might be to use the fact that that doesn't lock anything, actually. But that's not our current problem. I wonder. Oh, that is not nice. Well, okay, so apparently that's a way to power that and nothing else. I guess that could be useful. So yeah, I'm discovering all these different ways to not lock hoppers. But that's like not any of the problems I'm trying to solve right now. In fact, the problem I'm trying to solve right now is I'm trying to lock the hopper. So the only way I found to lock the hopper right now is that. I believe this one will lock only the lower one, right? Right. So if we wanted to target this, maybe we could use. Good, good so far. Why? Why? Seriously? That can't be why. It's not why. What am I missing? What? How's that different? I don't understand. How's that different? Is it because of a solid block underneath? Oh, it's not a solid block though. How is that different? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. Maybe this is just gonna bother me as a mystery. Okay, that's been a solution for the problem. Hmm. I feel like whatever we put here is going to be locked. Although we've already kind of established that that's not the case. You know, never mind that we still have that one mystery. Good. We can't have a dropper there. Or not a dropper. We can't have a hopper there. We actually could have a hopper there. So there's a really terrible way we could do this. Just have the half-duty hopper there. It's also possible that we can simplify this greatly by having separate pipelines instead of trying to consolidate everything in this one pipeline. Like we can even have multiple stops, one of which, like multiple stops from minecart, one of which produces sticks, one of which produces bamboo blocks, and one of them which produces fuel. I mean, as far as the bamboo block variant goes, this is actually sufficient. It's just trying to integrate the stick part. We end up doing some kind of unfortunate things, I think. Here is another possibility. We put it off to the side. And we do the whole minecart operator thing. If we place... That's fine. Where's... Do we have another crafter somewhere around here? Where the hell did the other crafter go? What? Cool. I'm glad that wasn't flammable. Or, usable as fuel. Yeah, so it really comes down to, do we want to, or are we okay with just locking it half the time? I want to say yes, we are. Because, like, it's not as if we're going to be constantly, like, it's not as if this is going to be a bottleneck. Holy crap, I'm wasting bamboo. I say that. I don't think it's going to be a bottleneck. So yeah, let's just do it that way for now. And this is just screaming to put the freaking chests back there. Let's do that. And then how do we do the clock start here? Pretty sure the clock was here. Looking at this one is difficult. Okay, that's fine. We can inspect it that way. Not like that. Okay, and then hopefully this one is not locked. Good. But hopefully this one is also not locked. Wait, what? Okay, that one is locked. I see. Okay, because okay, so this is exactly what we want. So it's essentially 50% duty on the lower hopper, 100% duty on the upper hopper, which should result in approximately a 1 to 2 or 50-50 split. Now let's power that one, which seems like it was easier before. But I think it always seems that way. That's unfortunate. What the fuck? Uh, what? Was that like that before? Do I need to seal this whole thing? Let's start with that. Come back. Is this getting any? This is unlocked, right? Oh, this is locked. Oh. I thought we'd established that that wouldn't... Is it not because of that one? Anyway, how's this doing? Better this time, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's doing better this time. Um, but... Okay, so is this locked because of this? Yes. That's disconcerting, Sash. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if only I could figure out why... Because as far as I know, that should be locked now. But it isn't. I was basically doing all this under the assumption that I could selectively lock that exactly this way. At least we're not throwing bamboo everywhere anymore. It's 108. I have an idea. That's not the idea. That's unkind. What? What? Okay, how the fuck do you actually lock hoppers? Oh, 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 I understand. This is a vertical, this is a vertical hopper pipe. Okay, so this is indeed locked. This is pulling at the moment. Actually, this is probably sufficient because if this is locked due to this, this means, I believe, that even if this were not receiving a clock signal, okay, so I think this has been working this whole time. It's just that I didn't know what I was seeing. Yes. Okay. So this is fine, which also means that this should be fine. Okay. Okay, we're good. We are good. Cool. Okay, so we're actually good. This is actually working, which means all we need is to send a minecart here. I say that, and I'm realizing this unfortunate geometry here. Um, can we move that? No? Clock. Like, we can certainly, move the minecart a little bit as well. And that conduct. How are we doing, by the way? What is this? What is the actual production here? Okay, so it's not as mind-blowing as I was thinking, but okay. So, God. Um, I feel like this should also be an easy part of the problem. I don't suppose we can suspend a rail line over a repeater, can we? That'd be all sorts of wrong. I know. Um, so yeah, the obvious solution is we just do that. And figure out some way to power it, I suppose. The second most obvious solution is we do something like that, except we do it over here, which is, relatively clean actually. How do we actually power that? Okay, so that's a way to power that rail. But yeah, we don't have a way to... We can't just suspend it over that. We can potentially move this entire thing over one again. Which I believe is actually fine. It may have some trouble powering that crafter if I do that. What if I flip it? I can flip it. I don't want to flip it. Let's just move it over one. Okay, who's powered? Nobody's powered. Okay, that one's powered. That one's not powered. Okay, now that one's powered. I believe I can... I can't make that a full block. Make that a full block, but then this hopper gets powered as well. Okay, and then if we flip it, flipping it on this axis does nothing. Flipping it on this axis encroaches on our space. Is there a way we can power this? It's kind of weird that we can't. There is another solution. It involves something that we've already experimented with. Wait, why? It is, right? Okay, good. Um, is this locked? Let's lock it on. That is a chest. It is locked. Can it not be locked? Does it matter that it's locked? Okay, so I don't think it matters because the duty cycle for that is only 50% anyway. Yeah, okay, and it is being pulsed, so I think this is okay. Okay. How many wrongs is making this right? Um, which means that this is fine. We can actually align this properly. So it just goes down one. So, after all that, we may actually have to wrap this around anyway. Yeah, the problem is if I want to put the minecart under here, well, it could be on top like this, but that is kind of like not, it's kind of antithetical to the flow of this dome. Yeah, sadly there are limits to the dropper Vader. Dropper Vader, yes. Um, so yeah, the question is now, do we want to keep it that way? Because we can and should and, well, maybe not should, but we can move this. So this ultimately requires going down by 3. Okay. Um, but yeah, we can move this back one again. But yeah, we probably want to hide this anyway, this machinery. Moving the shulker box wall. If we're to hide this machinery, then yeah, we don't want the redstone torch like just blinking there. Although no, the whole thing would be moving back anyway. Let's go ahead and start by moving this because I don't think this is gonna do us any good here anyway. And then we can elect to keep that there or move it back. I kind of do want to move it back. Okay. And then, yeah, I think we can hide this pretty easily. And then the issue of okay. Maybe let's stop this for now. What would happen if this were a redstone block? It wouldn't affect the actual pulsar, would it? Yeah, okay, good. And I'm thinking we just have one power block in the crap. Right there. Hopefully that's enough. And if it's not, we will know soon enough. Okay. 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 Fuck. Not a solid block. Okay. Two things we've learned. Okay. We can deal with this. We can deal with both of these. Can we deal with both of these at the same time? It's relatively easy to move this, but if we need to descend another layer, which we do, then we are once again encroaching on our spatial limits. Which means that this is now bare minimum, which means that I don't know how to deal with this. There are a couple ways to involve moving this whole thing. Katanai the show. Where did the rail go? I want this to be spruce. Where is spruce block? Oh, has all this? Okay, I think all the spruce block has been used. So let's make more. It makes sense because we were doing the. That's not spruce. Oh wow, we're running on spruce. What did I just transfer? Seriously, what did I just transfer? I feel like I just transferred sticks. So did the numbers just work out? Okay, whatever. Solid block. Okay, and powering that. Okay. One could argue that those two should be the same material. One could also argue that this should not be a solid block. Okay, that did make it. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to. Okay, let's see if we can keep up after manually transferring. It's unclear, right? It's unclear if. Yeah, so we can time it. We can control this if need be. I feel like it would be more robust to include the observer circuit anyway. Observer circuit? Comparator circuit. I don't think it's keeping up right now. The unloading, I mean. Which again, we could just do multiple tiles of unloading as well. But even that's like not exactly robust. It looks like it is keeping up though. Just about. $1:42. So yeah, we didn't end up going to bed any earlier today. So yeah, it did keep up. It's unclear to me if it would always keep up. The cat may be involved as well. That's okay. Yeah, we can pretty easily at least double the unload bandwidth without any additional redstone circuitry. But then I do think that it may be worthwhile to add the additional redstone circuitry. Do we have room for that? I don't think we're keeping up. So what would it look like? It would essentially look like not on a redstone comparator, which would be pretty straightforward to build. The problem is that all the space around it's already being taken. For now, I think we can just get away with a second hopper. Is this gonna be a problem? I don't know how to govern cat spawns. Well, anyway, this is a problem for sure. Um, yeah, honestly, I could also just make it a clock signal. It may be time to fence it off. Oh well, this is unfortunate. You wanna leave this area? Oh. Okay, there's another way to do this. That was me. I think that was me. But in one way or another, it was me. It's not sure if I blocked it with myself or with the fence gate. Oh, nice. I think that was decent. Okay. I think we may be building too many sticks here. Yeah, we're definitely building too many sticks. We have to redesign the priority of this, I think. In particular, we might want to completely lock the stick thing until there's overflow as well. Or overflow? Like you should make this lock the stick input as well. Which thankfully almost already happens. If I recall, this is actually something we wanted to avoid before. Cool. So that should lock the stick thing as well. So yeah, now fuel takes priority. And sadly, I do think it's keeping up, which means we may have to increase the capacity of the bamboo farm. Have some of these never grown? Does bamboo have a light requirement? 9 or above. Okay. Bamboo does have a light requirement. Okay, oops. Okay. How do I make this 9 or above everywhere? Yeah, I think the easiest way is just to increase the height of this tunnel. Can we crawl under this? No, we can't. And yeah, I think we've already established we can't place end rods underwater. Okay, this is not bad. This does seem like something we would have wanted to do anyway. What that just do? Okay. Oh, forgot to un wiki. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're increasing the height of this tunnel by 1. So that we can plant lights the whole way down. And hopefully that should be enough to get everything growing. Is there a debug that shows the light levels? Light map hidden F3, F6? 8. Okay, not quite. Hmm. Thankfully, we have some more room here. Okay, this is enough, I think. I do think I want to flip this. We are going to run out of end rods. We have just about run out of end rods. Okay. And you thought you were clever building an underwater bamboo farm. Okay, that looks way healthier. I think it looks way healthier. There are still some shoots. But yeah, a bunch of things in the middle are now growing. Yeah, let's get the lower level sorted first. This one's probably higher priority. It's possible that those are completely unnecessary. Yeah, I'm thinking these are completely unnecessary. These may also be complete. No, these are also definitely completely unnecessary. God, I hope I didn't just contaminate that minecart with his end rod. I did. Oh my god. Stop. Okay. Um, Also, I am definitely noticing that the unloader is not keeping up, which makes sense. This is more like the capacity I was expecting. Never mind that we haven't even finished upgrading all the lights yet. We are out of fences. Um, yeah, so we're definitely going to need to figure out something for the unloader. At least we've solved that problem. How are we doing here? We are building, but yeah, still one chute down there. But yeah, I think at this point everything is growing enough that I'm pretty sure that that one chute is just RNG. Okay, let's finish building the glass first, and then we can worry about the unloader, I think. We may have to worry about the unloader now, actually. No, let's worry about the unloader later. So basic timing circuit should be sufficient, but I would like it to be based on a comparator. Well, that was unfortunate. Honestly, finishing the light upgrade is not that important because I would say the target height of these bamboo shoots is only 2. Yeah, the first one's definitely good. So, there's still a few shoots on the second and third. But yeah, in general, I think this is doing a lot better. Hey, remember when I thought this would be done in like an hour? From last night? Okay, fully lit. Um, Now we have to solve the unloading problem. Let's start with a comparator. After this, we still want to eventually make this presentable. I believe that shouldn't affect the signal, right? It'll still be locked? It's still locked. Okay. It'll also be there. So pros and cons. Um, that's concerning. I didn't see it read at all. Uh-oh. Okay, what if... Please read. It doesn't read. This isn't locking, is it? It is locking. Oh boy. Well, hmm, hmm. We could once again flip this. And yeah, there's also this concern. It's not, hmm. Okay, well, let's keep running it. Okay, yeah, I suspect we're gonna have to, at the very least, flip the circuit. Flip the clock, I mean. Okay, perhaps the throughput problem's less important. The more important problem is this doesn't read. Okay, maybe I need to look this up. So it has to be on top of a detector rail. That's annoying. So it has to be on top of a detector rail. So there is another way to do this, and that's by measuring the hopper underneath, which can only be done after it's already begun unloading. More and more, I'm thinking clock is the way to go. Because if it's a detector rail, then the only way to move it is like a piston or something. Maybe we could fill this up with something non-flammable. How fortunate that poppies are not able to be used as fuel. We can't insert poppies in here, right? Okay, good. What happened in mine part? Okay, it's still running. Yeah, okay. No. Do you think that needs to detect a rail? It's just that it needs to negate. We do have detector rails, right? We do not have detector rails. Here's a question. Wait. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's relatively easily solved, but it's still unfortunate. Okay. Um, no, it is no longer on a detector rail, so that is also unfortunate. That's also not what I wanted to do. Okay. Now, as for this one, well, that's also unfortunate. Hmm. I mean, the easiest solution is just that. Yes, but that doesn't actually solve the problem. Because once any of those gets empty, I mean, it's not going to read. Okay, so how do we actually solve this problem? We need to do the interference thing. Well, okay, it's time to go to sleep. It's almost 3 again. Hey, we failed utterly at going to bed on time. Okay, so full stack does that. There's nothing. So the trouble is the full stack also contaminates that. So well, that's fine, I think. Now, there's two full stacks do anything weird. No, okay. So it's not ideal, but we can do this. Shinamini, how good is this signal? Just barely enough. Wait. Oh. Ah, sigh. On the bright side, this is easily solved. Okay, better. This seems like abuse. We can also make this more efficient, honestly. All we have to do is raise this. Is that true? Yeah, I think so. Let's do it for safety. Actually, you know what? Since this is going upwards, we can use that one trick. And, you know, we still haven't solved the unloading problem. Okay. Oh. So we didn't solve the unloading problem, but that's interesting. It's not fantastic, but it's interesting. It's not what we want. How bad is the lag? Okay. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I think. Yeah, okay. This is not amusing. Oh. Hmm. Oh, you know what? This needs to be instant low, delayed high. So it's not this simple. Like, we can do this as a proof of concept. But yeah, it's not that simple. Maybe a key flip-flop with a delay? What? Oh. So yeah, maybe a good idea to, or worthwhile to find, to wax a copper bulb. Okay. In the meantime, however, we can probably get away with just a repeater. Okay. I think that's probably fine for now. Um, which one was the one that was being... Okay, I think that one... Oh, okay. But yeah, we may also want to do something about that clock. Since we don't want it unlocking that copper. Alright, but that's for tomorrow, I guess. Could at least take a screenshot of the monstrosity.